Good evening. How are we all? I'm sure she did, yeah. You're right, actually. YouTube does seem to still be broken. Why is it not showing names properly? Not sure that that's anything I can do anything about. Yeah. It doesn't seem to matter what I press, it's still broke. I'll Google that after the stream, see if I can figure out what's going on with it. So it is competition giveaway time, and once again, thank you for Firstus and Max, I think it was, this week, for giving away some Captain's Tiers. So we will crack on with that in a moment. Oh, I hope not, AJ, that would suck. Make sure I've got all my windows open. That's incredibly bright, all on my eyeballs. So I have Claire sat next to me again today.
Hey, hey.
It's always nice when she makes her way up to the office.
It's warmer in here.
It's true, it is warmer in here, yeah. Right, let's get rid of me. So, if we're all sitting comfortably, we shall go ahead and draw our first numbers. Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. So for the first four, we will be giving away a captain rank, and then for the last three, it's just a key for the dev build. So the first number is 4916. And that would be Razio Dragonam. Congratulations. You are now a captain. Just waiting for Claire to do her thing. Oh, she's done it already. Next number is 5585. And oh, we have 3 winners. Maybe actually 2 winners, because I think Claire's typed in the same name twice.
Did I?
Yeah.
Ah. That's weird. I must have not deleted it.
Yeah. So congratulations, Venus. And congratulations, Marchioness. Marchioness? Marchioness. Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead. So I have someone with the same name on 2 profiles. So I don't know who they are.
Are you sure that's... Oh, I suppose it must be the same person because it's the same number. 5811. And that is Zessit. Congratulations.
What was that number? 58.
Yeah.
This is more difficult to do when I'm sitting next to you.
Is it?
Yeah.
Surely it's easier when you can see my
You
screen.
think so, because I'm not getting the stream lag, but at the same time, the stream lag kind of slows you down, so I find it easier.
Just too efficient.
Okay.
Right, so our final captain rank will go to 9906. And that goes to Piranha. Congratulations. Okay, so the first dev build key goes to 4232. And that is 2 winners again. So we have Dist and Arctic Death Jr.
This was lucky. He only joined the server about 3 minutes before.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Timing. Arctic Death Jr.
Thank you. Okay.
So second dev key goes to 2208. And that is Part-Time Zebra.
They've been waiting for you.
Congratulations. And our final dev build key goes to 6269. And that is Lieutenant Lapis Etheria. Etheria? Something like that. Well done all. Nice to see a couple of dual winners. Quite the list tonight. It's nice to see some people winning that have been waiting ages and like entering every single week.
Certainly is.
Yes, rewarded for dedication. Right, so Claire will be pinging everyone that needs to be pinged.
If you can ping me, please, that makes my life a
Oh,
lot easier.
yeah. Ping Claire. Save her having to hunt you down.
Yep.
So a quick note on Trello before we move forward. It's been a hectic week. Well, the past 2 weeks have been pretty hectic, so we haven't got much of this knocked off. But we are literally down to the final bits and pieces on this patch, so it should be going out soon. I'm going to move into bug fixing now. So over the next couple of weeks, I'm going to focus pretty heavily on fixing bugs and clearing off the tracker. And then we just need to do some testing on spawning in various things, making sure the character spawns in the brig when they should and that sort of thing. But that should be good to go. So what are we doing tonight? Yes, Caravella. It's Sunday, isn't it? So on the last stream, we were messing around with shuttles. And I have rather naughtily done a few more bits and pieces to it. I shouldn't be touching it. I know I shouldn't be touching it, but I fancy just having a quick update. So there you see a shuttle. Obviously model not final. This is my test map. And I've made a magic door in this alcove that takes you into the shuttle. So we are now inside the shuttle. With Earth behind us, and the Magellan's up there with its incorrect model. Let me just go back. Oh, which way did I put the portal? That way. Okay, so that teleports us back onto the ship. So I just step in another portal. Ew, what's going on? There might be an invisible portal in the middle of the bridge. But if we go to warp, there's a glitch in the FTL effect. But we'll just ignore that for now. So you can see that from the perspective of the Magellan, Earth is disappearing off behind us. We are now at warp and leaving the Sol system. If we now run onto the shuttle, you can see the warp effect because it's bugged, but you can see the Earth is still there, so we're still actually in the solar system. So as far as the shuttle's concerned, we're still there. That is the static interior of the Magellan, which never moves. You won't be able to see that eventually, it'll be invisible. All the interiors will be static and stacked vertically, except we'll stack them far enough apart that you can't see the other interior. But yes, so Earth is still there. Now if we jump back onto the Magellan, we should see Earth, or Sol rather, disappearing behind us at 1 light year every 30 to 40 seconds. If we... there's definitely a hidden portal there somewhere that I keep running into. If we now stop the Magellan, so you can see we're 4.39 light years from Earth, and the Magellan has its own perspective on the galaxy. And if we hop back into the shuttle through our magic doorway, you can see the shuttle is still at Earth. And this means that both the shuttle and the main ship have their own independent view of the galaxy. So they exist completely independently of one another and can traverse the galaxy independently in their own right. So what I'm going to do with the Caravella tonight is I'm going to start rolling some of that functionality out to the Caravella so that we could have, for example, the Caravella and the Magellan existing in parallel within the same game. The reason I'm testing that on the Caravella is we want that functionality for the Admiral's Yacht. So we want the Admiral's Yacht to be something you can spawn in. So obviously that needs to work. The cool thing about this is, given that Sol's 4 light years away, we're literally generating the Sol system so quickly. It's like easily like less than 1 millisecond, like boom, Sol system done, which is very cool. And they're also, interestingly, stable in terms of their movement, given how far they are from the origin point. So we're not having any floating point issues, which is good to see. Right, so now that that's working, and we have, in fact, if I restart this just a second to reset the position of everything, because obviously what we want to be able to do is we want the shuttle itself, so that shuttle model there is a proxy, and on the back of that proxy there is a little invisible teleporter. So when that's in the shuttle bay, you should be able to walk into the back of the shuttle and be teleported to the static interior. It does actually already have that attached, but obviously it's over there so we can't reach it, which is why we've got this hidden one here, just so we can do some debug. But from the perspective of the shuttle, you can see the proxy version of the Magellan. Oh, let's avoid the hidden portal. So if we, and I've re-enabled some of the sublight buttons, so if we just speed up sublight, so we're not using the FTO engines right now, and we go back into the shuttle, you can see that the Magellan is now moving forwards under sublight control. So we now have both the Magellan and the shuttle able to see each other in the galaxy. Obviously that's not the real Magellan, that's a proxy for the Magellan, but they can see where each other is. And that's obviously the old model of the Magellan as well. And then if we jump back into the Magellan, you'll see that the shuttle is going off into the distance because we are moving away from it. And again, the impressive thing with this is the positional accuracy, given that we are 1 AU from the origin point, and this is in real Unreal units, so we are like a couple of trillion centimeters in Unreal units from the star, and there are no floating point glitches or jitter at all, which just blows my mind. And that's not something I've done. That's just the goodness of the engine. But yeah, it's very cool. So now that we've achieved this, we are good to go with multiple vessels within the game. Obviously, we can't have multiple vessels the same size as the Magellan, because you can see how long it takes to load in the Magellan when the game starts. We'd have to take that long to spawn them in, and there's far too much complexity. There's like several thousand pieces that make up the Magellan. We can't just spawn that in arbitrarily. But when it comes to smaller vessels like the Caravella, hopefully we'll be able to spawn those in dynamically as and when we need to. But yeah, so jobbed. We have multiple vessels. Sorry, just catching up with the chat. Yeah, that's what I like about it, Max, the fact it just works. It took some wrangling to make it work, but the fact it just works now is very pleasing to see. Yeah, so there we have the static interior. I need to move that to the back because I realised that the static mesh was facing the wrong way, just to make life awkward. And if we go up, we can have our secondary static interior, and normally you wouldn't be able to see the proxy mesh, and in fact I've specifically made it so that it checks to see whether your current vessel is the actual vessel of the proxy, and it sets the visibility accordingly. So as you jump between vessels, it hides the proxy of the one you're on. Otherwise it gets confusing. Right, I think that was everything there. It's nice because I've been simplifying and refining and condensing the code and making it as small and as lightweight as possible, and I think we're definitely getting there. I mean, the actual like on-tick stuff is like ridiculously small, and yet that does all the heavy lifting for us. So we just now need to implement this on the Caravella. Yeah, the way I'm doing it, Fizzbrain, is I'm basically, at the moment, it's 1-to-1 scale, but the ship that actually runs the physics and the simulation has a proxy counterpart that you can physically see, and what that's doing is it's doing basically a vector offset to position itself in the sky where it should be if you were looking out the window and could see it. But the thing is, because the static interior is at the world origin point, that actually you're moving the vessel closer to the origin point as you approach it. And the same will be true for planets and things. So at the moment we have a lot of surface jitter on planets. So if you go to a planet and get within the upper atmosphere and look down, you can see there's a lot of like shimmering on the planetary textures, because those planets are are anchored to a central anchor point, which is sometimes several AU away. And when you rotate the ship, it's that anchor point that's moving, and all those planets are being dragged along with it. And it only seems to affect rotation for some reason. So lateral movement doesn't jitter, but rotation does. I'd expect that to be the opposite way around, but who knows. But now with the new system, once we basically disconnect those planets from the central anchor points and have them manage their own position in the sky, then we'll solve the floating point issue, because again, as you approach the planet, its proxy is actually getting closer to the world origin. So you're increasing positional accuracy by flying towards something. So it's nice that it works out that way. And hopefully that will completely fix all the surface jitter on planets. That's my hope anyway. And it gives you the added benefit of also having working collisions as well, which we don't have right now. Right, so it's been a few weeks, it feels, since we last looked at the Caravella. How far did we get? Okay, so we started building out the science labs at the back here. We did the main engineering stairwell. Battery room needs to go at the back. Okay, so if we whack in a shuttle in the shuttle bay, I think what I'll do is I'll just have just a dummy shuttle there for the purposes of just having something to teleport from, and to be honest also as a scale reference, useful to see. It's Quaternions, Fizzbrain. Will there be navigation zones in space for local navigation, galactic plane, solar system plane? Yeah, so obviously everything in space is relative. Like, movement is relative to the thing you're moving next to. There is no universal speed. There is no universal stationary, because space itself is expanding. So everything is moving relative to everything else at all times. So there has to be some kind of frame of reference that you're referencing. I think by default we're using the galactic plane as our plane, and indeed that's how the game engine is set up. So the Milky Way is flat on that axis. When it comes to star systems, obviously each star system has a completely arbitrary rotation within the galaxy. They're not all aligned with the galactic plane. Like the Sol system is like that. So there is an alignment there, and we could potentially calculate that and reset the ship's displays to align with the system plane. And then similarly, when you're in orbit around a planet, we can have it update again to show the alignment of the planet's equator, or at least its equatorial rotation. Yeah, that's probably stuff we'll look at much further down the line. To begin with, up is basically up away from the galaxy, and we'll stick to the galactic plane as our reference point for now. And of course, unlike the real universe, the Milky Way is static. It's not actually moving. Space isn't expanding. So if you're stationary, then you're stationary relative to the galaxy itself. Right, so let's plonk this down. Where's the bottom gone? About there. Yeah, I think we're definitely going to need to widen that entrance, because it's like, even with a tiny little shuttle like this, it's a bit of a squeeze. Now, I'm going to have the wings diagonally up, like Dreamliner. No, not Dreamliner. Dream Chaser. for a minute. Yeah, so that's kind of what we're going for the shuttle design. So we'll have little stubby angled up wings and generally a streamlined shape. The idea is that they are landing vehicles and transport vehicles. So if you imagine this looking like that. I'm just giggling at Claire because she's trying to open something again.
I don't like sitting in here anymore.
What are you opening?
It's sweet.
She's opening Halloween leftovers.
I've stolen them from the kids.
Yeah, so yeah, space is definitely a premium when it comes to these doors, and I think we'll have to have them concertina out. We have angled this wall in, and I think, or perhaps see if we can angle it in less. I mean, we are struggling with space there a bit, but maybe if I can just widen that section anyway, then that'll take away a bit of the pain. But we might have to get used to doing quite precise landings for the Caravella. Right, so if we rotate that round, that is our shuttle. Yeah, that really is tight through there. I mean, it fits, but only just. And I'd say no more than 2 vehicles in the shuttle bay. I mean, it's not supposed to be an expansive shuttle bay anyway, but yeah, it's going to be quite tight. Right, so we stick that in there, and then none of these classes are final. This is just me just experimenting with them for the most part. Stick a shuttle portal in there. So this is what teleports the player to the static environment. Now, under normal circumstances, this would be attached to the proxy. So the proxy that you see flying around will have this teleporter attached to it. So when the proxy is within the shuttle bay, you can then just enter the shuttle and then be within that shuttle's environment. Right, and then as for the shuttle itself, we need to create a copy of that. Line it up there, and that needs to be, if we do, I don't know, minus 100,000. So we're hiding that all the way down there. So the idea is that we use culling distances to completely cull out the other vessel, so it won't be there at all. Like it's never there. And then we'll have our portal again. So then when you exit the shuttle, you teleport back to the shuttle bay. So the target vessel is vessel 0. Now the vessel IDs we need to sort out. We need to work out a way of doing that dynamically, because every time we spawn in a new vessel, then we need to assign it for an ID, so that these things obviously know which direction, or rather which location they're teleporting the player to. So the exit location is that. So I'm just copying the location of that so that I can put that on here. Yeah, so that's where it's teleporting to. And then similarly on this one, we need to just pop that inside a little bit. And if we take a copy of its location, we do the same up here. So we're just telling it basically where to send the player. Right, so that should be us able to teleport between them now. I notice there's lack of lighting in here. Let's grab one of them. Assuming we do have that. Make sure I'm on the right deck. So that's deck 1, deck 2. Yes, you want deck 2 ceilings. Add a few lights. This will get a lot brighter once we have like white paneling on the walls, because obviously the light bounces around, so white surfaces bounce the light a lot more. So that will brighten up considerably. So there's the other thing we need now is we need a full proxy model for the Caravella. So let's just make one of them. At the moment, Chris, it's for testing. So the challenge we face is, in order to simulate movement throughout the galaxy, and in order to have seamless flight across the whole galaxy, we have static interiors for our ships. Which means in order for the player to go from one vehicle to another vehicle, they have to transition between these two static interiors. So putting in a portal to teleport the player between those interiors is the only way we can do it. But we have to then mask that portal as best we can. And if you think about it, you've got three components basically. You've got the static interior, you've got what you can see out of the window, and that's generated by a physics simulation, and then you've got what other ships you can see out of the window, and that's the proxies that relate to the physics sim. So all three things kind of work together in concert in order to create dynamic space and multiple vessels. Correct, yes. So the ship interiors do not move, which, to answer Tim's question, is yes. It means that you can run around the ship interiors, you can chuck a ball around, you can stack cups, you can do all the physics things that you could do in any static environment without stuff falling over. Yes, to quote a certain film, space is the thing that is moving. Let's just unhide some of this a minute. Alright, so we don't want top walls, top walls, top walls, top walls. We only actually want all of the outer bits. do need some of those bits. You know what I might do. If we copy that over there a minute. Right, that'll do as a proxy for now. Right, so we'll use that as our proxy. And that should be the thing we see flying around from the perspective of the shuttle. It's not perfect, but it'll do. And then we need 2 versions of this basically. We need, hang on, where are we? Let's get the right folder. No, don't want that one, I want that one. Right, so we've got our proxy hull, and then we've got the proxy hull which has got collisions on it. Yeah, I've got it the sim version. So basically the sim version is the version of the ship that goes around bumping into stuff. So it's the actual, this is the actual physics sim. So when we apply thrust and damage, it's this that we're actually applying it to. So this is the thing that needs collisions, in the sense that it needs simple collisions because we're moving it around, but they need to be as detailed as possible. We'll go for simple ones right now, but obviously the better we can do this, better it'll be. Okay, that's the best we can do with that then. Essentially, this is the actual collisions of the vessel when you're flying around. So if you're flying around a shuttle, these are the collisions that the shuttle will experience if you try and plow into the ship. We'll do this manually rather than doing the auto-convex thing, as you can see it does a terrible job at it. But for testing purposes it will do. So that's that version. For the proxy version, however, we will use complex collisions, because this doesn't need to run as a physics sim. This will be the one that, for the sake of a shuttle, when it's in the shuttle bay, obviously you want to be able to walk into it and bump off of it and such. So we're only going to be moving that by teleporting it around. So it's not moving with physics, it's being specifically put where it needs to be based on the math. So that's our 2 versions of the ship. And we then need hang on, so we got our, so that's the flyable ship, which is the full physics sim, and that one again needs the Caravella sim, so we know that the collisions are accurate to the shape of the Caravella. And then we need our proxy, which at the moment we've just stuck everything under Shuttle just for testing purposes. That one. So vessel 0 is the main vessel, which at the moment is hard coded to the Magellan, which we don't want. Let's just make Caravella 3 for now. Yeah, we'll roll that into the mix. So that being the case, we need to add another option on there. So if it's 3, and again, this all needs to be made dynamic. Right now, it's very kind of manual. So Caravella proxy, because this is our proxy version. Yeah, so eventually when we spawn in a physics sim vessel, it needs to automatically spawn a proxy version of it at the same time, and obviously assign the right mesh to the proxy and all that sort of stuff. So all of that will eventually be automated. And of course we need to make sure that that's 2, not 3. There we go, and there's our Caravella, and that needs to be the world origin. So right now we've got our static interior and the visible proxy mesh are on top of one another because they're literally occupying the same space. Once you start the game, then the proxy will then reposition itself to where it needs to be. So that's the proxy, and then the flyable one. Yeah, so right now this is kind of hard coded, and the same with the shuttle version. So like flyable shuttle, the code is largely the same between them, except I've disabled a bunch of inputs because they overlapped, and it's kind of hard coded as to its vessel ID. So I suppose for now we will do a Caravella version of that, so that can just stay as is. Yeah, so I suppose I need to get rid of that one and replace it with the Caravella specific one. Although again, all these will need merging into just a unified class where we're just specifying an ID and it will just work out what it's doing. So if we duplicate that, yeah, in a bunch of cases here, so we've disconnected the autopilot, we've disconnected a bunch of the throttle stuff, although I think I will enable that back up again because this is going to be flyable, which means we need to respond to helm inputs. Should solve that. Then we just need to make sure when we're broadcasting the ship state, we're sending it on channel 2, just so everything lines up. Which also means, actually, yeah, so that should be going to 1, which is the shuttle, which means the shuttle needs to go to 2 and not 0. Because 0 would be the Magellan, so 2 would be the ID of the Caravella. Again, that needs to be automatic. We can't be manually specifying the ID of each ship, because when we start encountering alien vessels, obviously they're going to be spawned in dynamically, so we won't be able to manually create anything. Okay, so that needs to go. That's actually, so no, rather than delete it, let's just replace it, just so we don't lose our references. So replace with that one. Right, let's try it a sec. Hang on, what proxies do we have? So we've got, yes, we've got that one for that. Then we just need to copy that, make that one for the shuttle. So we've got proxy for the shuttle, proxy for the Caravella. They don't need anything other than their ID setting. So we should see the shuttle stuck out the back of the Caravella. although probably not actually, because we haven't set the spawn location yet. We also can't see anything, which doesn't help. Dooby dooby doo. Right, that one. Let's just set our start location. Just remove the rotation a minute. Move it forward a bit. Oh, that's interesting. So the shuttle is parked outside Earth where we left it, but you'll notice that as we there's the proxy, found it. Yeah, as we join the Caravella, and here we are on Earth. Well, that's weird. We weren't there before. And we are jammed up against something. Oh, I see. We're stuck inside the proxy ship. Interesting. What's that one? So that's the that's the non-proxy version. There it goes. It's definitely moving not straight, which I need to have a look at. I'm assuming its alignment is messed up. So there's the actual shuttle disappearing away from us. Okay, so that Caravella, oh no, sorry, that Caravella, the one that's moving, should have its rear end facing towards us. I'll have to use my test map to figure out what's going on with that. But yeah, at least we have movement. Let's half the job done. Yeah, it's basically turning into that. I think there's something to do with the rotational math that's all messed up. I'm inverting the rotation, and I think that might be something to do with it. Which is weird because I'm sure it was working the right way around. But anyway, so the other thing I wanted to do was I wanted to start making the Caravella a vessel that you can start on, start a new game on. So if we find our main menu, so we want to be able to add the Caravella to this. And then for now, we're going to lock it behind Steam IDs. In the long term, we'll use Steam's DLC check to see whether or not it should be enabled. But until then, we're going to have to do a manual database of Steam IDs to provide access until such a point where it actually exists properly as a DLC. So anyone who has a lifetime content pass can have dev access to this as soon as this is working, basically. So we need a bit of a lore dump for it, don't we? So built by built in secret by Lunara, even Industries. There's a better way of saying that. Caravella Class was built in secret by Lunara Industries, using information, using technology stolen from the class project. Try and word this in a way that doesn't sound quite so rubbish. So the Caravella class was designed for deep space espionage, having been built in secret by Lunara Industries, technology stolen from the UN while working as a contractor on the Magellan Class project. Too much wordage. Still too long. That'll do for now. I'll reword that and make it betterer over time. So manufacturer is Nara Industries. Length, I think it was 110 meters at the last measure. Near enough 110. It'll change because we'll have like antennas and things sticking out of it. So where's the window? There it is. So the beam would be basically the ring, which is 45 meters. And height is also 45 meters. And we'll work out the weight afterwards. So the FTL speed, we want it to be quicker than the Magellan. The idea is it's smaller, it's a scout ship, and the whole thing about it being a Caravella is, in history, Caravellas were small, fast ships. So we want it to be pretty rapid. If we say 350 light years per hour, just as something to type for now, we will obviously test and balance that. At the moment it has 4 decks, but that's probably going to be 5, and at the moment the crew capacity is 14. Again, that will change if we double bunk some of the rooms, which we might end up having to do. It was 111T at one point, but yeah, we've been kind of rejigging and doing some bits, although it's probably going to be more like 120 because I need to stretch the lounge forward a bit more. And we'll make a nice picture for it. So we need these to be selectable. I'll stick a button around them is probably the easiest way of doing that. Yeah, I think if I just do a button on there, I can just take up that full slot. Should work out the best way of doing this on the UI. So basically, when we hover over each card, we're going to have to use the on hover on the button to control the border that's behind it, because we've got multiple overlapping borders to create the window effect, so we can't have them as children of the button. So I'll just call that button Magellan. Actually, let's do button shape select Magellan. And then we'll have the same there. Border shape select Magellan. That needs to be a variable so we can access it to change its color and stuff. And then that one would be border shape select Caravella, and similarly requires it to be a variable. That's just a black background. As it's that one. Yeah, so that's the one we need to change the color of. So really all we're doing is changing the brush color, which we can do as a canvas panel slot. Right, so if we do on hovered, then we need that panel. Some of them you can set brush color directly. Sometimes you have to get it as a canvas panel slot. I can never remember which supports which. Right, so on hovered, and then we want on unhovered as well. Unhovered version would be that to match the other ones. And the hovered version would be the blue. Nothing else about it should need changing, and then we'll just change this so it's invisible. Because we don't want to be able to see the button, we just want it to react to being used. So on hovered and on unhovered. And then we need the reference to the border. Should handle our hover. Let's just give that a quick test a minute. And it does absolutely nothing. Brilliant. Let's make sure that's actually seeing the thingy. No, it's not seeing the hover at all. It's definitely visible. It is, however, showing up underneath there, which is weird. It should be on top of it all. That's weird. $350, $420. Right, yeah, that's better. No, there we go. Right, and then when we click one, we need to make sure that we set that as our selected vessel, so that when we then launch the mission, we're launching that on the vessel we selected. Oh, I need to set the border color actually, because that's still inheriting the blue. Need to remember how to do the outline now. Is it get brush? Ah, yeah. set members in the brush, and we want the outline settings. And we want to make outline settings, then we only want that one. Just making sure we're setting the right ones. So outline settings, outline. So that's what we're setting on there. Don't need that. Have I at any point mentioned the fact I don't like working with UIs?
No.
No, I didn't think I had.
No. Certainly not enough, anyway.
No, it's probably worth mentioning. I hate working with UIs. Oh. I'm choosing to ignore that warning for a minute. Probably shouldn't have ignored it. Although it did work. It's just it's losing the border radius stuff, which means is it also going to make me want to do that as well? Really? Okay. See, I was under the impression that if you weren't specifically setting a value on here, it would just use the defaults. Ooh, or hang on. It's probably a better way of doing this, isn't there? Yes, do it like that, then we're only specifying the color and not all the other gubbins. Actually, I don't need to do that, do I? Why don't I just do that? That would be a lot easier. Overthinking it. So hopefully that will have fixed the issue. Yeah, that's better. So I just don't need the inner border to do as well, because that's still got a blue band around it. Okay. So we'll start those off with the old colour. Oh, actually, hang on a minute, that should be a darker colour, shouldn't it? Oh no, that was the right one. Hawkeye. So the brush colour should be that one. Just need to set these back to their defaults. And then that one would be border, ship select, Magellan, background, and again that needs to be a variable. That one, border, ship select, Caravella, and it's a background, and it should be a variable. I do both? No, of course I can't do both. That would make it too easy. I think what I don't like the most about working with UIs is just how much flaff there is. Like, just to get something simple, like having the background changed to a nice colour, involves a lot of just faffing about. And it's true, when you choose to be a programmer, you have to accept a certain level of faff in your life. But I feel that UIs take the mickey somewhat. Okay, so we got our hover effect, and all the borders are behaving by the looks of things. They all seem to match. Just making sure that starts off correct. A minute. So yeah, that one just needs defaulting, and that should be that done then. Yeah, so that border needs the same color as that one, which means we just need to grab the outline color. Right, great. Now we're defaulted across the board. Right, so the next thing would be the on-click functionality. So on-clicked for that one, and then on-clicked for that one. And here's where we actually do the actual ship select. We're also going to have to do some checking here to make sure we don't change the mouse over color if it's selected. Yeah, so we'll do need an override with that. Okay, so I'm gonna need a variable for that one. So selected ship. You have to stick all these in categories at some point. So we'll call Magellan 0. That one can be 1 for now. So I suppose the easiest thing actually on this is, rather than doing all the brush tint stuff, we'll just get our selected ship and we'll just do, if that's 0, or rather, let's make it cleaner. If it does not equal 0, then we'll go and change it back to grey, and on this one, if it does not equal 1, we'll change it back to grey, and that will sort out which one we've got highlighted. So we don't actually need to worry about applying the colour, because it should automatically, it'll set the cover up when we do a hover, but because we've clicked it, it then won't change it back to grey, because we're just checking that that's the selected ship. So let's just make sure that that is indeed the case. So they're all grey to begin with. We can hover, hover, hover. Oh, need to default that to -1. So that one's clicked. We also need a reset function. So that one's clicked. So we can click that one, and of course it stays on, but so does this one until you hover over it, and then it unhides. Right, which means we need to do a force on this. We'll just call it, oops, Magellan. And we'll do the same one there. Custom event. Update Caravella. Although saying that, that's fine if there's two of them, but we'd have to do something like update Magellan, have them, oops, both do that, and then update Caravella. And obviously that's just going to get longer and longer and longer the more ships we have, which is not particularly expandable. So we'll need a loop where we loop through all the different elements and set the color accordingly, but that'll do for now. Let's just give that a try. Again, the Magellan will be selected by default. Interesting that it's not. It wasn't highlighted, that would be why. So click that one. Right, so that's working as we would want it to. Okay. So we needed to say like locked or something across the vessel picture until it's been unlocked. But yeah, that will do for now. Yeah, so we need to make sure that that variable defaults to -1, and then it's never going to match 0 or 1, which means none of them should be pre-lit. Yeah, so there we go. So they're now all just selectable. So clickety, 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 click. Okay, good, good, good. Yeah, and then launch mission should then launch the relevant level for which we can refer back to the same selected ship. So now, see, I'm immediately spotting a gotcha here in that it's going to try and save your progress on the Caravella, and that's going to overwrite the Magellan save because we don't have multiple save games implemented yet. So I might disable saving on the Caravella until it's done, or at least until it's further along. Or at least until we've got multiple save slots. That's the best way of doing that. Right, let's just go to the level load a minute. So blah 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 blah. So we need to switch on int, because I don't think you can do a select using an integer. Can you? Oh no, you can. Excellent. You can can never remember which one you can't do it. Perhaps it's a string you can't. No, you can do it on a string. I don't know. It's something you can't do it on. Alright, so we'll take a copy of that. So if it's that, we do that. Otherwise we do Caravella Class. Right, so that should control what level we are opening. Right, so we've selected the Caravella, we've launched a mission, should start loading the Caravella. Oh, it did, so that's promising. Okay, back to the main menu, new mission, wipe it, on the Magellan. We're loading the Magellan, perfect. Ship select is working. Just need to get the Caravella's loading screen working now. Don't know why I'm waiting for that. So what does it actually do? So okay, yeah, so it's not actually showing anything. Okay. Why not is the question. Wrong persistent level. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, must be what it was. So we're definitely loading them in order. I'm assuming that we're not spawning the Spectator character properly. Let's kill that for a minute because that's breaking stuff. So we're definitely loading the levels in sequence, as what we would expect to do. I wonder if it's not showing the right lighting. Could be something to do with it. Probably just the one delta. I will have a look once we start sort of fleshing out the bridge and work out how many people are needed and what they need to do, because we need definitely dual purpose screens, because we don't want like 12 bridge crew like we have on the Magellan. You're probably not far off actually, CSI. Yeah, I'll have to look back at the photos and work out when we actually started. But yeah, it's been about a year. It's weird. It feels like it was like yesterday. Okay, well the loading part's working, but obviously I'm not loading in. Do you want to give me 2 minutes a minute? Oh, our wild player has appeared. Hello.
Yeah. Right, I'm going now.
Oh, yeah.
Speak to you soon.
Okay, drive safe. That's Claire disappearing.
Bye, everyone.
Claire said bye, because you didn't hear her. I'm going to quickly double check. Actually, no, I think it's. I can't remember the sequence of events I went through to handle the staged spawning. Yes, we've got this loading pawn, and we move the camera around on a spring arm to give us a rotation around the ship. So if we're not loading this pawn in, that would certainly stop it working. But I thought we were spawning that from the player controller. Yeah, we are. So just make sure that we are actually using the right player controller. Yes, we are. It's the same game mode. So that's definitely the player controller we're loading. So we're loading in that. Let's just make sure that we are actually loading in that. So do some spam just to make sure. Yep. Okay. Notice actually it's not updating the UI. Is that because we don't have a reference to the loading screen? Or is it because we don't actually need that anymore? We're no longer using an image for the loading screen. We are actually showing a live camera view of the ship. I'll just skip that bit just in case that's causing a problem. just double check the Magellan a minute. Also, actually, let's check this, because we... Yeah, so we're spawning the widget as a child component on the Spectator pawn. So I'm assuming I've probably hard-coded that to the Magellan. Okay, yeah, then we're using gameplay messages to update this. So gameplay messages is this UE5 thing which I haven't delved into very much. And to be honest, I've forgotten how I set it up since I first set it up. It allows for global event handling. We generally use a plugin for that, but this allows you to do the same thing without a plugin, and I'd always prefer to not use a plugin where possible. So we're probably not broadcasting that. Yeah, because this is controlling the loading text and the bar progression, which means we'll probably need to steal that code from the Magellan. Yes, it is as how Delta says it. The way we're going to handle any ship purchasing within the game is that only the host needs to own it. So if you're a client and you don't own any vessels, you can still join games on those vessels. Otherwise it would get really awkward, and we don't feel that that's particularly fair. So yeah, as long as one person owns it, then everyone can join them. It makes it easier for groups of players as well, because if you've got like a guild / corporation or something, and maybe you buy a ship together, and maybe you all chip in for it, then obviously one of you has to own it, so whoever's hosting most often would be the one that owns it. But because you've all chipped in, you can all still, you know, play on it, if that makes sense. What was I doing? Yes, loading screen. Okay, so that's seasonal stuff. Don't need to worry about that. Probably need to set a few things here. So game instance is where we're setting some of our global parameters. So what the primary vessel is, be it the Magellan or something else, is what we'd store on this, which we are doing for the Caravella. And that's just our current settings. That's just a bunch of console commands. Okay, do we do our camera fade? And we start loading in HDEC. Yeah, so this is the gameplay message stuff. So we've got the channel that we're broadcasting to, and basically that's the payload that we're sending, which is just a struct. I think I need to add the name of the ship to that struct so that it's titling the loading screen correctly. Otherwise it's always going to say Magellan. And that's probably not what we're doing. So change loading. In fact, I don't know whether I can copy paste this between level changes, but let's have a quick look. Might have to take a screenshot otherwise. Yes, AJ. A bit like with like with an MMO, for example, like World of Warcraft springs to mind. Like every time World of Warcraft brings out a new expansion, like all the data for that expansion is downloaded into the client, so it's all there ready to go. As soon as you pay for that expansion, you then get the quests and the access to those areas, but they still exist within the client already. So every ship for the game will exist already in the game client. So when you purchase a DLC, you're just basically unlocking access to that content which is already there. Right, so all these macros that I unhooked, yeah, that's the problem. So why am I... Oh, I think I merged them. Exactly that, Gayfesh, yes. Right, so I've done a bunch of updates to how the loading screen and everything works, obviously for the Magellan. And then I haven't done the same for the Caravella because it's got an older version of the level file, so we're going to have to bounce back and forth for a sec, just updating that. Just to be annoying. Okay, so I think what I'm doing differently is we're storing the number of loading steps and our current step, and obviously that gives us our full bar percentage. So we need to work out how many loading steps there are, and that's basically how many bits of ship are we bolting on during the loading screen. Okay, and that triggers the first level load. Yeah, then we've completely condensed this down into a much better macro. So I think I'll copy the macro after. So let's just go back to that one. So typically, yeah, it's not letting me copy paste between those graphs. So if we get rid of those, is it going to let me? No. So it's done that thing it does sometimes where I'm pressing delete on the keyboard and nothing's happening. And it's grayed out certain options, and I don't know what triggers that, but changing the level back usually fixes it. If we go to our bridge playground a minute, I think that's probably using some of the newer stuff. Is it or isn't it? No. No, it's not. So we definitely need the Magellan version. Right, so we've got total loading steps and current step along with our camera fade. Okay. Still not letting me delete. Or paste, probably? No. Right. Fine. Right. Now can I delete? Yeah, there we go. Stupid bugs. Right, and then this macro we want load streaming level old because it's the old one. Get rid of that because it's not needed. Save that. And I think it was that new one that we've... No, that was that one. So change loading image. Okay, so I don't think I'm actually using that for anything. Okay, right, so we'll copy that macro. Then hopefully it won't bug and we can paste it on the other graph. Well, half worked. Right, so I'll create that one, create that one. So our delay. should be that. So all of that lot is redundant. And we've lost the ability to delete again. So we're going to have to press play for a minute and quit. Can we delete now? Yes, we can. So most of that we can get rid of now. So load deck 4. So we don't need to replace all the references to this one with that one. So building deck for framework walls. So basically for each of the levels we need to go through and just kind of jump through these hoops. So that would be deck 4 framework top. Actually we'll just stick to framework. So that's the top one. And the sheet. Okay, so we're not doing the infrastructure levels yet. We're just doing the interior. Ceilings. Worry about the tutorial stuff afterwards. Right, so those are for later. Tidy these up a bit. Right, so basically we're doing this for each deck. So it means we also need a node to deck 3. And then we're just going to do all of that. Copy paste for deck 3. At the end of here, we just do load deck 3. Let's pop them up there. So deck 4, deck 3, deck 2. Then deck 1. No, deck 1. Right, so then that one would be load deck 2. And then load deck 1. And the rest of it's just going to be, yeah, just call it generate galaxy. Generate galaxy. Now handle all the rest of it. Again, we'll forget the tutorial stuff for now because it's not relevant for the minute. Get rid of those bits. Right, so the naming should be consistent. So I should be able to just go through and change 4 to 3. And I should have named those files exactly those things. And if I didn't, I shall then curse myself. Right, so we step through loading all the decks and all the sub-levels for those decks, and then we go ahead and start the Galaxy Gen side of things. Yep, don't need any of that now. All of that. You're not wrong, Festus, you're not wrong. Right, so that bit isn't needed now because we need the bit that we're using on the new scheme. Pretty sure that's redundant now. Okay, well it's half working. We at least have some ship, not that it's doing anything, but oh, I know why. Because we didn't tell it to start loading. So load deck 4. But I need to set some variables there. So current step's always going to be 0, and that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 plus the galaxy will be 21. Let's just try that a sec. Okay. Yeah, so given that this is a smaller ship, we need to zoom that camera in more. So on the loading pawn, one thing we are doing on the camera is we are changing the FOV, or at least we were. So we need to change that based on the ship. So, right, so if we get game instance cast to starting game instance, and we need to get whatever the ship's called. What are we setting it as? Vessel ID. Okay. Get vessel ID. So that equals. Actually, no, let's just do a select on that. Because if we set field of view, so it'd be 90 for the Magellan. Now we set it to something like 50 for the Caravella. That will have the effect of zooming in the camera. Like so. Zoom it in a bit more, I reckon. Maybe not quite that much. We can also actually change our spring arm length. So yeah, so if we do set target arm length, and we'll do the same deal where we do that. So by default we were using big number, and we can set that as something more reasonable maybe for the Caravella. I'll worry about the FOV afterwards. Having a lower FOV generally makes it look a bit more cinematic. maybe if we do that and then change the FOV to maybe like 75. Yeah, once we got the ring round it, that's probably about what we're looking for. Yeah, a bunch of these lights and things are quite clearly on the wrong level. I think we stick that on the deck 1 interior for now. Obviously I've exported this as one solid object, but that will need to be split up into its individual decks so as not to look weird when the ship is building. Same with the cap there, so that's, yeah, completely the wrong level. Looks like when I was just roughing out some of these bits, I was not putting it on the right level. Those ones are alright. I guess none of the lights are on the right level. No, of course they're not. Of course not. That. Deck 1 interior. Our scale guys can go to deck 1 interior, as can our test power. Okay, so yeah, it's just the lighting now that's wrong. So we're going to set these proxies as hidden by default. We'll be hiding them and showing them dynamically during gameplay anyway, so they don't need to be visible when we're doing stuff in here. Yes, Kaji, so one of the beauties of just building out the core systems the way we are is that every core system that we get done applies to every ship equally. So you'll be able to spawn NPCs in these chairs already because it works on the Magellan. In fact, I'll try it in a sec. Right, so they all need to be on interior ceilings, as do these. Interior ceilings. So this was me not paying attention last time I did it. And now I'm going to have to go through and make sure I just add these lights to the right levels. Otherwise they're turning on and off when they shouldn't be. Should be all the deck ones done. Okay. Let's just check out those NPCs a minute. The Caravella will have a holo display. I think the way I'm going to do it is we'll probably have some kind of desk in the middle that'll have the holo display above it, because it's still going to be the main tactical display, and also the main display for things like engineering systems, and we want every piece of data that's available in the game, we want to represent that in a 3D environment via the holo display. So it will definitely have one. You know, even if we have to raise the ceiling to fit it in, we'll definitely have one. We might very well have these side chairs facing sideways onto the holo display, with the actual consoles. Things like the sensors console might very well be part of the holo display unit itself. So maybe that would be square, and then we'd have all the console panels down the side of it. Same for the command chair at the back. We shall see. But yeah, so no, I didn't want to get in the chair. Oh, is it automatically making me get in the chair? That's not helpful. Alright, now I take it back. It's automatic. Oh, right. So I think I had to flag them for NPCs. I can't remember. Yeah, so NPC departments. This is part of the deck crew, which is actually operations. We can spawn an NPC. Oops. Calm down, camera. So that chair is, let's say, the science one, so you can spawn an NPC. Let's make that the tactical one with an NPC, and then we'll make those two command, and you can spawn an NPC. Right. Right, so now we should be able to summon NPCs. So if we, for example, not that we have working sensors anymore. This will be because the ship we're on is now not connected in certain parts of the game systems, so it doesn't know where we are. Yeah, it thinks we're nowhere. To be fixed. But what we can probably do is, like, if we do take us home, we may or may not be moving. No, not. Okay. But yeah. so the NPCs should just work. Once everything's all hooked up properly, they'll just do their jobs, because ultimately they're interfacing with the UI screens. So as long as the UI screens work, then they should work. Obviously. Oh, it set the target for Earth, so it did that much. Like if we clear target and we say take us home, you can see that he has gone ahead and he's filled in all those details. And it should have also done that. But yeah, so we're probably not getting any power. So it's half working. I remember that episode. One of the very weird episodes. Seem to have lost lighting somewhere. Right, so there's Earth. So I think the Caravella probably just smacked into the shuttle, which is why we're now spinning. Let me just check the shuttle. No, the shuttle's still stationary. Can we see a spinning Caravella somewhere? Not particularly. Yeah, they must be in separate locations, because that lag there that we're experiencing, that's the galaxy gen regenerating the galactic sectors. So it was obviously having to regenerate the sectors around Sol, which means the shuttle must be somewhere else. Okay. There's going to be lots of bits that need tweaking with this. Don't know whether that's suddenly fixed the sensors. It might have done. Yeah, it did. Okay, so it now thinks we're somewhere. That's still wrong, but it thinks we're at least in the Sol system, which means we have the usual planets. I'm assuming that... Now let's get the NPC to do it, just to prove a point, I guess. Now have to sense target. Right, yeah, so he's definitely changed that. He's trying to take us to Saturn, so that's good. He's probably not going to be able to, because I've turned off basically all of the flight assists. So he's just using the RCS thrusters to try and make the ship go in a straight line. And given that there's no what's the word I'm looking for? That there's no like nullifying effect on any of the vectors. They would just drift endlessly. So the NPC basically can't control the ship. It's trying valiantly to control the ship, but is failing miserably. I'll give him like a 3 out of 10 for effort. was going to say, if you're referring to Somerset, Somerset is a county. Quite a big one like that. Besides, the studio is a business, so all you need to do is look up the business and you know where we are. Right, so the loading screen is working. That's good. So we need to modify this struct to add the title of the ship to it, because otherwise we're always going to be loading the Magellan. And I also noticed that the FOV is making it hide the top of the text, for the simple reason that that is actually a 3D object and not a screen object, which means that we cannot actually do any of that. We just need to rely on using the spring arm length. Otherwise it's going to mess up the loading screen. And that will also mess up VR as well, so yeah. So we can't mess with the FOV to zoom, because that will mess up all sorts of things. Yeah, so that's working. What was the other thing I was going to do? I've forgotten now. Oh yeah, let's sort that struct out. So we want struct loading. Where do you live? Oh, under the main menu. Fair enough. Right, so whatever references this struct is now going to get corrupted, but I think there's only a couple of things that actually reference it, so shouldn't be the end of the world. Hang on, let's look at its reference chain and have a look. Oh yeah, it's just those things. So those things need to be recompiled and saved once we edit the struct. So we want ship name, then the loading text and our current step and our total steps. That gives us our percentage. That needs to be text. Yeah, we'll leave those blank for now. Right, okay. So, where's our reference viewer gone? Right, so, no, go back. So just compile and save that, solves that problem. Save there. Compile and save there. Right, so it's going to want a ship name now. I suppose. Yeah, I suppose there's no point adding this to the macro, because this macro only exists on this level. So yeah, it can just be manually specified. I'm assuming it's going to want it in capitals. Let's just check. No. Oh wait. Where's our widget? So if we set a force upper on here, to upper, so don't have to worry about capitalization. Right, and then when we break out all of this, we'll get that. Add another pin there, bring that down there, set text on that. Right, so there's that taken care of. Course, so now let's do this the intelligent way. So if we do format, then we'll do constructing class. I don't know whether I actually said vessel on it before. Did I say vessel? Oh no, I didn't. Okay, perhaps that is a bit redundant then. Yeah, there we go. Which means we also need to go to the Magellan. Just make sure we update the macro there so that it's not reporting a blank value. So Magellan class, and we only need to do it once because it's just the same macro that we're copy pasting. So that one should now say constructing Magellan class, and it's the right ship. It's got the right amount of zoom. Okay. Out of interest, what do they put for a delay on that? Oh, same, 0.25. Okay. I'll update some of this wording on the Caravella afterwards just to make it a bit more in universe. Let's see if we can do that camera fade just to make it all nice like. Now it lets me copy paste it. Yeah, that should just make it fade in nicely. Right, so we go to the main menu. Right, so I can now select Magellan or Caravella. Select Caravella, launch. There we go. Okay, well, that's working. So we don't need that anymore. We don't need that anymore. We don't need a player controller. So we do need this one. So we now need to basically disable the click on here if this ship is not currently owned or available. What's the best way of doing that, I wonder? I guess I'll just use a text overlay for now. Give it a jaunty angle. Don't want to make it too garish. Just what I don't want this to look like is I don't want it to come across as like, oh, this is all locked, you have to purchase this, give us money. You know, I don't want it to look like money grabby in any way. It needs to convey the message that obviously this is a locked vessel without looking too grabby. Let's take a board around it, I think. Yeah. Yeah, buy it now. This is your last chance. This is the only chance. It will be gone tomorrow. Get it right now. Yeah, none of that. Why does it have a black border around it? Oh, I see. I see, I see. That's weird. The opacity of this is 0, so that shouldn't have any effect on that inside edge. See you, CSI. Have a good one. Yeah, something like that, I suppose. Just it's an interesting one with Steam because they don't like you advertising the purchase of stuff outside of Steam within the game. So if we have, say, DLCs available for purchase on our website, we can't specifically advertise that fact on the game within Steam. But if it's available as a DLC in Steam, we can probably link to it from here. So I'll have to have a look at that and research it. Right, so by default that needs to be locked, so I think what we're going to do is we will use the Steam ID for now as our unlock mechanism. So we will have an array of allowed Steam IDs. Obviously this is just temporary while we're testing it. So Caravella ID list. Yeah, so for now, what we need to do is we basically need to have a pre-authored list of known Steam IDs, and we basically do like, does that contain, contains, so does that array contain that ID? And if it does, then we are essentially allowing the selection of the ship. If the array does not contain the ID, then what we can do is I guess we will flash the brush. Do that one. maybe for a quarter of a second, then we'll just have that. Just flash. So right now the ID list is empty, so unless it's reading my Steam ID as 0, which it might. Oh yeah, we're flashing the wrong one, but yeah. So it should flash red if you try and click it. So that one obviously works, and that one's blocked, but let's fixie the thingy a minute. And of course it's going to go back to that colour because you're hovering over it. Yeah, this is, I mean, all the code is commented when it's finalized. So like all of this is all commented. This is just testing and fiddling. I always go back over and clean it up and make it all nice and neat when I'm done. Yeah, so that's what it looks like when I'm finished working with it. And when I'm still experimenting, I'm just like throwing stuff at the page and seeing what sticks. I even color code as well sometimes, if I'm feeling particularly organized. I think actually, why don't we take the whole thing? Make sure we're actually using the correct border. Because I used the wrong one, like a moron. There we go. Computer says no. So yeah, so that one's selected. Can't select that one. Need to have it make it like an obnoxious like noise. No, can't have it. Right, so what we will do is on Discord we will start collecting Steam IDs from our lifetime content pass holders, and then we'll start adding that to our Caravella list. We won't get them all done at once, but yeah, we'll get them added. And and that will at least start unlocking it for people that have the content pass. And then and then we'll start looking at actual release schedule once it's like almost done. Right now it's not even flyable, so yeah, it's just literally there for people to have a look at. Just make sure that that doesn't actually still let you fly it. No. Oh, that's a point actually. So just we need to grey out the launch mission button if nothing is selected. So yeah, well, we'll start off with that disabled, and then we'll enable it if you have a valid ship selection. So let's go ahead and disable it. Give it some color, so disable foreground should be some kind of grey. Yeah, so launch mission is greyed out, can't press it. Then when we select a valid ship, we'll enable it. So we'll do that off of this basically. So yeah, I suppose we'll do it there. So if we grab a reference to the button, and we enable the button, and then just refresh the other Ujima flips. Right, so disabled, click on that, won't enable it because it's not available. Click on that one, launch mission becomes available, and we can launch the mission. Huzzah! I suppose the only thing, like, do we want to deselect that if you try and click a disabled one? I suppose not. And we just won't have those ones highlight at all because they are not yet in. So the next one there will be the Admiral's yacht, and then obviously all the backer ships that we're building, and we'll have like a left and right arrow so you can just scroll through and see all the different ships. I kind of like the fact they come up on like a top trumps card kind of thing, and it would be nice over time when we just have a huge long list of basically just info cards for all the different ships, and we'll probably make them a much nicer than this. They're like proper info cards with shiny backgrounds and such. Maybe even with a scrollable screen that has loads of them on there, because obviously our long-term goal with this is we've got hundreds and hundreds of different ships, you know, over many years. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this list expand. Okay, so that's working. What else? So I think that handles starting the game side of things. it's spawning the player in the bridge, so that's good. Yeah, to be honest, yeah, Starship Simulator top trumps would be quite cool. They make top trumps for everything else, so why not? Okay, so I'm going to override that for a minute. I'll override it like that, in fact. Oh, that's the other thing I need to do actually. So I need to remove that background. So I suppose we want it there at all times. So we're going to have to do this on begin play, I would have thought. I don't want it appearing whenever we click main menu, because it's just going to appear from nowhere otherwise. Yeah, so let's make that a variable. Caravella locked. Right, so when we click on the ship select, new game, confirm new game, going to our ship select, so blah 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 blah. Right, so we'll do that here. So we grab our reference to that. And we'll do the same thing we do here. So we're going to check to see whether or not. Oops. Check to see whether or not that is there. So let's do set visibility. Do a select on that. Right, so if it's true, it is, may as well collapse it, otherwise it's visible. I wonder what that is by default. Let's print that. Just out of blind curiosity. Obviously we're running it in the engine, not from Steam, so it shouldn't come back with anything, but is it like -1 or something? Oh, 0. Okay. Right, so if I add 0 to our array, so that, yeah, let's unbreak it. Right, so we'll leave that as it is for a minute. Let's unbreak that. Right, so that's locked as we'd expect. So if we now add 0 to the array, so one array element, value of 0, because it's a string. So it should recognize now that I own that DLC. Yeah, there we go. So I can now select it and the thing's gone. Perfect. Exactly, Delta. I want to download Arc now and try that just to see what happens. I imagine it's not pretty. Right, yeah, so that did work. Great, let's load in a minute. So why are they missing their cables? They're right there. And why is it starting in a weird place? That doesn't make sense either. Okay, so in terms of what's left to do for this ship, the bridge module is going to take a bunch of work. We need to work out the framework geometry. It certainly can't go like that. It's going to have to curve around the front. We need to cut the windows through. And we need to work out how big the holo display is going to be. And then how much room we have for the holo display. So I think I might do a constant curve around the window with the holo display console centered in the middle of the curve. We should have enough room for that. And then maybe have like a secondary dome of sorts on top just to give us some more vertical space for the holo display. It's certainly going to be much smaller than the one on the Magellan's Bridge because there's not as much room to mess about with. And then maybe have some kind of conference room alcove at the back here. Just some kind of little table and some chairs just for planning. We shall see. Stick some seating around this bit. That's going to be science labs through there. Yeah, and I've got all these middle bits to sort out. Sickbay I'll do at some point. I think I might actually do crew quarters as the next thing I build for this one, because these are actually quite small and hopefully won't take much in the way of putting together. And then we'll sort out these stairs and lift and everything properly. Hopefully that will come together quite quickly once we start adding the detail layers. I think it's the bridge. The bridge is going to take most of the work for this. We've got about 40 minutes left. Why don't we try and see whether we can make a bit more sense of this bridge arrangement. So we have our dome geometry there. Now my main issue with this is the inconsistency of the curve, because it obviously comes up, it's much shallower around the front. It's not necessarily the end of the world, but it's probably going to cause a bit of grief once we start cutting through it. And then the framework sections are a little bit nonsensical because they're not properly aligning to that curve. So I guess what we need is like the original curve, which would have been there. So that was the original center point before we subdivided it, and it kind of pinched everything and pulled it in. So if we use that as our marker, send that 5,000 units to the right, then that becomes, yeah, that's lined up perfectly on the beam, so that's good. Which means all we need to do from there yeah, so something I want to do, not just on this ship, but also on the Magellan, is pretty much exactly that. So we open up that entire space as a cavity, and we have a separate like framework structure that goes in there to contain the actual window. Not unlike kind of the zigzaggy kind of framework you see on like a Star Destroyer window, if anyone can picture that. Yeah, congrats, Binary. So if we do, I'm going to do it in 30-degree chunks to begin with. Let's just join those bits up a minute. So it's a case of, you know, where do we limit the bottom of the window? I'm thinking probably the highest point. Yeah, which would be there. So if we line it up to that, maybe even one below actually. I'm gonna line it up to that. So that would represent the bottom of the glass. And this is where it's awkward because we've got this concaved curve that we don't have on the edges. So I think that's going to it's going to cause some kind of an issue, I'm sure, but we'll see. And then in terms of the top of it, well, we can't we can't go outside of our framework, so that's going to have to come down to move that rather than extrude it, because it's going to complain otherwise. That's going to have to come down to there at the most. Okay, so the window kind of has to be that. But at the same time, of course, we also need the window frame. And obviously, if we're cutting like the entire hole out and putting a separate frame inside of it, then it doesn't need any vertical struts. But I guess if we just do, we make them thin for now, so that's half of one, and then we do the same here. Okay, that's right. I'll have a look in 2 secs. Where's Discord gone? Oh, do you want that vehicle in the game? Yeah. So imagine something like this, but there'd be like a separate framework structure within that, which is like segments that are a lot thinner than what we'd otherwise have. I'm going to have a look at something like that for the Magellan to lose the really bad view obstructing beam across the middle. Let's just clean this up a minute. So if we take a copy of those 2 edges, delete the whole thing, paste that back, do something like that. middle, wasn't it? Right, so all of that plus that, make that a group. Actually make it a component. Right, so if I do that another 30 degrees times 3, then we do a straight window there. And we'd copy that over there. So this gives us an actual window height of 1.5 meters, which isn't, I mean, it looks small, but 1.5 meters is not a small window. Right, and if we make those ones unique, that's about 319. I suppose actually, well, because then we've got framework lines that we have to kind of line everything up with, so just work out the distance on that one. So that's 8.8 there. 8.8 there. So if I was to say 8.8, copy that, delete all of that, paste that back in there, make that straight to there. Okay. And then we'd have another one there, maybe. If we were going to have one there, then in order to line up to the frame, we would pop it there like that. Yeah, I'll do rounded edges on all of them, to be honest. Actually, on that note, it's not gonna like me doing that unless I chop off the end. Now I can round it. Because that would give us a window shape of that, basically. And then we would run our framework between windows. Let's give it a try. So smooth that back up, and then we will, yeah, so we will have to delete that one, that one, that one. And I'm sure there's probably another one. Yeah, that ugly thing there. Maybe leave that one. Yeah, because that's below the level of the glass, so we'll leave that one. And draw a circle around it. And we'll have framework pieces that come around for the window. Okay, so if we just do the front windows first, grab that lot, do that. Gives us something like that, which is not terrible, but then again, like that, the bit I was worried about is this concave edge here, which is probably going to need a lot more dense geometry as per this nastiness. Although what I might do is cut those through on the pre-subdivided mesh and actually make the windows part of the subdivision. And then we won't get all this horribleness. Right, so if we go bosh, 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 we will group that up and hide it. It's going to let me. There we go. And then same there, group it up and hide it. And we can get rid of the insidey bits. Definitely kind of looking a bit aircrafty. So remember that these, so this isn't the actual final skin thickness. The final skin thickness is 0.5 meter. So there'll be an inside edge here as well. Probably should have cut that out, but never mind. There. Didn't go through properly at all, so we will undo that and do that separately in a minute. Right, so the other thing we want to do with this is we need to build some framework that basically covers, I suppose, up to this one. Maybe. So this would be the inner support frame, basically, which, yeah, is already too short. So yeah, it does need to come all the way out. Okay. So that's the floor, essentially, of the inner frame. And then we need to cut that in half, basically. So just chop that straight across there. Misclicked. And then this bit can just be gotten rid of. I suppose really we only want that bit. So I'll hide them for now. Yeah, we'll definitely have more windows down the side for sure. But in terms of the front of it, I'll have something like that. Again, it does also need the inner skin, so that is definitely going to get at least 1/2 meter thicker. And then we'll do the lateral bits. So we want to do 1.25 that way, and then a whole bunch that way, 2.5 that way, and then back that way. Yeah, we also need like a ceiling frame as well, so I guess we'll go with what we've got here for our straight bit. So that would be 5 meters. So if we go 250 that way, bring it in by 1 inch. straight across there. So this is essentially defining where the holo display top would be. And then we'll pull that out as well. I guess we'll just go to there for now. Grab that inner edge, make that a component, paste that on there a minute, copy that up out the way, right, and then the first face is on that, intersect, get rid of that bit, get rid of that bit. Right, and that will need to come up basically to the 50 centimeter mark, which would be level with these ones. Okay. Actually, on this one, if we make that half the size a minute, do it single faced. Right, then we know that that bit has to come forward to that edge. I will do it to that edge because that's what it's lining up with. Go away, calculator. Yeah, and if we rotate that by 30 degrees, it won't be enough, of course, because we need to rotate it around that bit. So rotate it by 30 degrees times 2. And the same again, 30 degrees times 2. And then, like before, we will use the inner skin as our cutting plane. Make it a component. Paste it in there. Copy it up out the way so that we're not buried. Yeah. Almost worked. end ones are being a pain. Right, it's not joining up where? There we go. Right, so if I extrude those by 50, yeah, that gives us our beam size, and I have to copy that one around to the other side. So that should line up perfectly. Yeah, it did. Phew. It might have turn blinkers, yeah. It will certainly have flashies. Right, so that's essentially what we end up with in terms of the internal framework. So we've got that, which probably needs to come down a bit further. Yeah, so that edge is going to have to come down a bit more, simply because of the tilt in the ceiling. But that aside, something like that. So let's get that exported and see what it looks like. So that would be So that's segment 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's the sheet metal bit. So deck 1, framework, sheet, segment 4. Oh, hang on. Let's make sure I've got those on the right group. So right now it looks like this, and obviously we've got the weird bumpy front because we didn't like cut the circle around properly. So if we start with this bit, so that should look dramatically different now. Oh, we didn't include that bit in the middle. Let's just add that a minute. Make sure we got everything. So hopefully you can kind of see where we're starting to go with this now. And then obviously that changes the interior layout a fair bit. And then we'll also pop out our window holes. Which makes the bridge look somewhat like this. So it's funny, like it looked quite cramped and low before, but now we've put windows in it, it really opens it up. In fact, I don't think we need all of those lights even, so let's maybe just move those onto the beams. Yeah, so the middle of the hollow display would be essentially the middle of that curve there. So there in the middle would be where it essentially sits. And then we can also, as I say, maybe add a bit more ceiling lift there to give it a bit more space, but that would be that. So the helm would probably sit back a bit from there. So I guess if we are taking the hollow display to be there, then they'd probably move back a bit. Where's the world context there? They'd probably be more there. And yeah, I imagine the helm and our associated UIs probably move back a bit too, maybe like there-ish, maybe even a bit more. Obviously we'll we'll have to do it so that there isn't a beam right in the middle of the helm. But yeah, I do like the idea of removing the segmented window approach, opening up that entire cavity, and then having a secondary structure within that cavity that actually has the framework for the glass, and then we can have diagonal beams rather than having straight ones like this. But yeah, I think that actually looks a lot better. Let's have a look in Engine. Actually, before I do, let's just... Yeah, it's definitely an interesting effect. So if we were to say, so how much is that? So that's 2.5 meters, give or take. So if we were to say 2 meters, that's probably too big, to be honest. Okay, so maybe 1.5, it's 300. So that's a 300 meter, so a 3 meter wide desk. And again, there. Yeah, so the hollow display would probably be something like that. Maybe not quite that big, but you'd have the chairs like facing the hollow display, and then you'd have consoles and things on that. So you'd have like diagonal consoles here, so say like that one, for example. Probably be something like that. Not that way. Yeah, maybe something like that. So the UIs are attached to the side of what is essentially the tactical table, and then we would build the bridge interior around the tactical table. Might work. Yeah. Yeah, these guys don't deserve the clothes at all. They haven't earned them yet. It's a good headroom check, actually, so... Yeah, so where the wall and the glass goes means that pretty much you're not going to get much closer than that. yeah, I think once we've got the walls in, obviously it's going to bring it in like on the side walls a bit, and then we'll have, you know, detailing around the floor and maybe a handrail, just to, you know, fill up the space a bit. But yeah, I mean, already it's starting to fill. Yeah, I can do. Let's bring in a sphere. That did nothing. So we definitely need to lose the ceiling beams. Have a bit of a bump there. Have probably an indent in the table as well, just to make sure we've got room enough for everything. Whirl, but let's do it via the main menu again, just to make sure that we are fully working. Yeah, I think the table definitely needs to be concaved. Yeah, see, that doesn't feel terrible size-wise. We definitely need more verticality in the ceiling, so I think we'll definitely raise that up a bit. But yeah, on the grand scheme of things. I think I still haven't turned on. Oh yeah, it's not connected to the right ship, so that's not going to work. Okay, but yeah, you can jump. So you say you'd knock yourself out, but like, could you jump that high in real life to bang your head on a 2.5 meter ceiling? I mean, it looks low because obviously it's in a game engine, but you know, it's real human beings generally can't standing jump that high. I mean, could you headbutt something 2.5 meters above your head? These beams are 2.5 meters above floor level. But yeah, we'll raise them up anyway. We don't want it to feel, you know, too cramped. Thank you, Festus, and thank you to you and Max for sponsoring the giveaway again. Very much appreciated. Geez, how tall are you people? Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, this is just... Literally, this is just messing about and seeing what will or won't work. You know, when it comes to, you know, the final design and then the final look of the thing, we will tune it heavily. Like here, we need... So this guy isn't just going to be sensors. He's going to be sensors and comms, I would have thought. So it needs to be at least enough room to fit the sensors panel and the comms panel. So they'll have that. And probably the same for the tactical guy here. He'll likely have both tactical offense and defense. So that's already 2 people that we don't need on the bridge from before. We'll probably go ahead and have side alcoves like before for things like engineering and that sort of thing. Or maybe even have engineering alongside one of the command chairs, or yeah, we will see. We will see. But we shall leave it there. Oh, it is 9 minutes past midnight here, and I got a long drive tomorrow, so I need to get an early night. So I shall wish you all adieu. Thank you ever so much for joining the stream. I hope it was fun. And there'll be no stream on Wednesday, so the next stream will be Sunday. So I shall see everyone in 1 week from now. Right, have a good week ahead, and I shall see you on the next one. Bye for now.